set of pull-ups, and then I do more work. And then I do a set of bicep curls with that same 50-pound rucksack, right? And then I switch back and forth until I did like 4 or 5 of each of them. And then I go do some rows, right? And I do that for a little bit. And I thought I got some pretty good like pumps on my muscles. But I went to go do that pull day. That must have been like 3 days ago, 4 days ago now. And like this is the natural extent of my arms. They don't go all the way down. And yesterday was like this, and the day before was like this. Like I literally walked around like a little Lego man for the past couple days. So I was able to cut wood today. I'm a little more mobile. All right. Just a little bit about me, since y'all was asking. Okay. So basically what we want to do is in a pot or a thing for marinating, because this is going to be like this for a little while. Ding, 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 ding. No, I don't want a podcast. I want cock or vin. Cock or vin. There's a recipe I was following. Oh, the Julia Child one. Also, I watched That Dude Can Cook, and he did this, and yeah, it seemed pretty good. I haven't done a lot of French cooking in the sense that, like, I don't know. I haven't done. Okay, so place the chicken thighs and drumsticks, or just chicken thighs, in a medium-sized bowl. Pour the wine, chicken stock, and if using the brandy. Fuck, I didn't get brandy. Well, that's fine, because this would probably get pretty sloppy if I was drinking brandy on top of everything. Prep the vegetables. Then we're going to cook off some bacon, do a bunch of shit. Okay, cool. First things first, though, add... Yeah. I got a bunch of things. So I did some like roasted chicken last week, and we saved the bones. It was like the whole chicken, and it made like a fucking demi glaze, bro. Oh shit, we made demi glaze. Oh god. So now it's gonna turn back into stock. You know, like to play with yourself, huh? Right. We evaporated the water just to add some water back. But we can at least do this in a smart way and not add all the water back, so that way it can help marinate the chicken a little better. This is also from another chicken thing we did. It's just chicken juice. That's what chicken stock is. It's fucking chicken juice. So this will help bolster. It's also like lightly spiced, so might add a little bit of nice backbone. Okay, so we're gonna heat this up a little bit. Add enough like whoop, I got a follower. Woo woo. Thank you to Zion Razor. Zion Razor. Welcome to the, what is this? I don't know. Idiot Club. I don't know. We don't have a name for welcome. We're trying our hand at some French cooking today. I harvested a bunch. You can't see, but there's a big ass garden back there and an offset smoker. So we're not using the smoker today, but we are Marinating chicken in wine. And more chicken. Marinating it in the juices of other chickens and wine and stuff and things. Yeah, okay. So we want 3 cups of wine. You're going to love my little pearl onions too. This thing calls for a bunch of pearl onions. And I'm in the process of converting from a summer garden to a winter garden. And I planted a bunch of onions that I didn't end up using because I just wanted them to deter pests. And as a result, oh shit, am I going to use this whole fucking... God damn it. What a tease. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't get it. I get a sip? What the fuck? 3 cups? Why did they put... And they only put 3.3 cups in the fucking whole bottle? This is dumb, man. Why did I even measure it out? Fuck. Okay, well, that's wonderful. Yeah, but I went around my garden and picked all of those onions. Bro, that's got to be exhausting having to entertain just one person here. I love the effort. You're going to have plenty of views sooner or later. Yeah. 3.3 cups my ass. For sure. People watch later and stuff. This is a work in progress, right? Whoa, we don't want to burn this, right? So this is our demi-glaze. That smells amazing. Ooh. I went to a fermentation festival a couple weeks ago, and there was a guy who made chicken garum. And we're just going to pull this off the heat and just let it reconstitute, because I don't think marinating something in boiling water is an effective marinade as much as it is a way of cooking. But yeah, I went to a fermentation festival a couple weeks ago, and a guy made garum with koji. I actually made koji too. This is a tomato miso I'm making right now. It's happening before your very eyes. Come back in a year and it'll be done. Here. Am I gonna wash the chicken? Am I not gonna wash the chicken? Fucking. You ended up planting onions and then getting rid of pests. I don't know, that's a thing. Yeah, so alums, right? Like garlic and onion and leek can deter pests. So if you plant them around particularly susceptible vegetables like lettuce or I planted them around a bunch of tomatoes that actually didn't need it, but I also planted them around my squash, and they actually it kind of helped deter some of the pests. Although the squirrels didn't seem to mind, which really fucking sucked for a squash this year. But yeah, so we it's all just in a fucking thing. Yeah, it is pretty good to know. But anyways, this recipe calls for a bunch of little pearl onions. And I'm looking at my yard, and I got a bunch of food to eat. I don't want to go buy a bunch of teeny onions, spend a bunch of money on it. But I had all of these onions that I didn't care about, right? So they were crowded to hell by bigger, badder plants, right? And so, lo and behold, I've got a bunch of little pearl onions in my yard. And so, that's what we did. I picked all my onions. I don't need them anymore because winter is going to set in. And those bugs they're not going to be there. So, I've always wanted to plant my own vegetables. But just one bad spell ruins months of work, and it gets frustrating. Yeah, I totally understand what you mean. Would you mind describing where you're from? I might be able to give a little bit of advice or tips or anything. We're in the Pacific Northwest here. It's like a zone 8. England. Oh, okay. And when do your frosts stop in England? When's the last frost before winter sets in? Because that's going to dictate a lot of stuff. And I'd say late May. You know what? Okay. So that's fine. You're going to have a little bit shorter of a growing season. So if you could start, like, an easy way to go about it is to get starts, right? You'd go to your like Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever. I don't know what the Tesco equivalent or the England equivalent of like a hardware plant kind of store. But like you can go and get starts. That's always a really surefire, easy way to like plant stuff in the ground and have, the plants there. Um, Here in the Pacific Northwest, they say around Mother's Day. So early May, early to mid May is when a lot of things get planted. This is the first year we did stuff with. Is this hot? It's not hot. It's lukewarm. Wonderful. This is the first year I grew a bunch of stuff from seed, which I'm not used to doing, and we had some medium success, some not medium success. It's kind of all over the place. I'll show a little more about this. Everything is going to come out of this box, but this is just like a box of peppers and onions and tomatoes, and almost all of these were grown from seed. So yeah, it is doable. And if you're going to grow from seed, yes, yeah, for sure. I recently just got an allotment, so I was thinking about trying tomatoes. Yeah, tomatoes are wonderful. Um, you're going to want to make sure you get a good variety of them in. So you have different kinds of tomatoes for different functions. We had 4 kinds of tomatoes. We had cherry tomato. We had an early tomato, which is like what do they? I think they also call it an indeterminate. It was an indeterminate variety, which means that like they're constantly there is the spatula. They're constantly producing fruit, as opposed to we also have San Marzanos, which produced almost all in like a 1 month period. Like we're almost done with them, and we just started getting them a little over a month ago. A little over a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago. And those are great for canning. And they're like the superior paste tomato. They're really fun and they're good for that. But in terms of like having tomatoes all year, that doesn't exactly happen with that. And then we grew beefsteak tomatoes, which are the ones that are like really good for like optimal fresh, like on your salad and in things. Cherry tomatoes are so good. I started off with those, and they were packed full of flavor. That is a really good point. That's actually part of the reason why I made that miso over there, because I used a bunch of cherry tomatoes in the passata for when I was canning my tomatoes, because I had a shitload of extra cherry tomatoes because I fucked up my starts or my seeds, and there were just mystery tomatoes, and they were all, yeah, they were all very, they were all cherry tomatoes. So I had way too many cherry tomatoes, and so I used the cherry tomatoes for the juice for canning my tomatoes. So if you look, I have a jar of canned tomatoes. So this is all like the actual tomato, and it's kind of separated, which is a little sad. I have some in the back that are less separated because I was able to do it a little more better. But yeah, basically the juice, like you fill it up with regular tomatoes, right? But you want to fill it up with juice. You don't want to fill it up with water. So you use cherry tomato for that. which was really tasty. And cherry tomatoes actually have extra glutamates. Does it matter that it's separated? It's just like kind of an aesthetic thing. I noticed how crazy the difference it is to grow your own compared to supermarkets. That is true. That is the whole reason why we grow stuff here, is because it tastes better, right? And it tastes better because it's better for you. You know what I mean? Like was it Michael Pollan's In Defense of Food? He talks about like, you know, it actually unlocks the linoleic acid or whatever when you eat a tomato with olive oil and salt, and there's all these like health benefits associated with it. But what ends up happening is I like to cook tasty food, so you didn't even need to tell me that. I just make the tasty food, and it's better for me. Wow, shocker. So like real food tastes better because it's better for you. You know what I mean? The fruit on the tree that tastes the best has the most nutrients in it. For you, it tastes the best. But yeah, the cherry tomatoes. We had a bunch of cherry tomatoes, and I didn't know what to do with them because we had all these extra bonus tomatoes, and they all ended up being cherry tomatoes. So I had just coming out of my ears. So I used it to make passata, and then I had all these leftover skins and like loose bits of tomato that didn't make it into the juice, right? Because we don't want all the skins inside the cans, because that makes for, you know, a sauce full of skins later, which is not very fun. So I had all these extra skins, and I decided to make miso out of it. So I took this I made koji. It's like this inoculated rice grain. And basically, it's a bolus of enzymes, things that break things down. Amylase, so it breaks down carbs, and protease breaks down proteins. And that's what happens when you make miso or soy sauce or any of those sorts of things. The inoculated rice grain makes a bunch of enzymes. You mix that enzymes with whatever you want to break down, and then it breaks down carbs into sugars or proteins into amino acids. It makes things tastier. It really accentuates flavor in like a massive fucking way. That's why soy sauce tastes good. It tastes really fucking good. Now, it's also very salty, right? But in all of these things, miso, soy sauce, you know, mirin, all of these, what you end up maximizing, well, at least the ones with the salt in it, right? Because you have salt, and a thing with proteins is glutamic acid. I'm pretty sure it's glutamic acid. But the glutamates, right? So we have sodium chloride, and you have proteins with glutamates, and you make monosodium glutamate. You make it. You make it by making enzymes that break things down and make glutamates free, and then you have the salt, and they combine on their own in the thing, and they make, you know, umami, massive umami. And what's cool about it is it's in the flavor of the medium, right? So I'm using tomatoes. So this will probably end up coming out like a crazy intense tomato paste. And I could make like really awesome sauces with it. The great thing about cherry tomatoes is they are way high in glutamates. They're like they're the highest amount of any tomato or of a lot of vegetable. That's why we cook a lot with tomatoes, is because they have a lot of glutamates. You know what I mean? That's why they're so tasty when you cook them. And there's so many people who don't like a fresh tomato because they've never had a real fresh tomato, and they prefer them cooked because glutamates win, right? Yeah, just a little science stuff. But yes, cherry tomatoes, many glutamates, very tasty. They taste way good, way different than you would get at the supermarket as well, because that extra time and care, you know, perhaps we don't want things to grow as quickly as possible if it means impairing their flavor. All right, I'm going to kind of wash and cut and peel all of my little onions, my little pest guardians that are no longer needed. I've probably got about a dozen of them, these little guys. Some are bigger, some are smaller. I probably could have gone out there and gotten some bigger ones if I wanted to, but it's fine. And we're in no rush, you know, just cooking at whatever. Sorry if that was like a massive science overload. There's just so much like that you can really expand your cooking once you start growing your own stuff and fermenting things and reading books about fermenting things. These two specifically, Koji Alchemy and the Noma Guide to Fermentation. These are, if you get these two books together here, it's like $45. I don't even know if you need any more in terms of fermentation. These books will last you forever. And there will always be something new and interesting and boundary pushing to find. If you ever want to get into fermented stuff, which as a person who grows their own food, fermenting is one of many ways to preserve, right? So I canned some tomatoes, but I'm also preserving the scraps in a way that, you know, we can make use of them. Because nothing sucks more than, you know, spending all that hard time and effort, all this toil to just let your shit go bad or just to not use it. It happens, but you know, if I could turn it into a pickle or something, or like turn it into whatever, and then we figure out how to use it, you know, because like you said, it's all tastes way better. I probably, you're gone. Here, do you want to check the thing? I got a producer over here. If you're still here, sorry if I overloaded the shit out of your. Yeah, they're gone. Fuck. Damn it. Yeah, it might be a little slow. Well, thank you for commenting. It's always good to have people to talk to. Please ask questions. I'm here to answer questions as well. And cook a little food. Sorry, it's just one of those things where it's like I got so many little topics and little things to do at the same time. And I'm kind of tired, so I'm drinking caffeine. And I'm cooking on my day off, so I'm drinking alcohol. And I'm hungry. And I'm just too many things at the same time. And the answer, sometimes when you find yourself with so many things, and you have a hard time compartmentalizing them all because you're feeling them all at the same time, a lot of the times the natural inclination is to go. The solution to all problems is the same because all problems are the same thing, right? You're just stripped for bandwidth. The answer is to go. Which probably isn't the right answer, but I find myself there from time to time. Okay, we're going to marinate these onions as well. Thank you for subscribing, though. I really appreciate it. If you watch this later or whatever, not trying to scare you with a bunch of stuff. Just excited about my new cooking things. Happy to share. Fuck. Just pulled this onion out. God damn it. No! Sorry, I need to stop whistling. That's something I need to stop doing. I know it's annoying to listen to people whistle. Sometimes when I don't have a lot of engagement, though, that's also a natural inclination. Especially when I was just cutting wood, listening to music for like 3 hours. Spicy air. Cultivating sulfuric acid in my fucking eyes. It's always good. I miss you, viewer. If you cry alone, does it even happen? We're working our way through these. Maybe not a pearl size onion, maybe more like a golf ball onion, but pretty close. Some of these are pearl, some of these are golf ball. If you want a perfectly boring, homogeneous egg, go bother Gordon Ramsay. If you want something that somebody made, I'll be here. Stop trying to pull these out because I don't want to take the core out of these. It's no fun. That's the tastiest part, probably, or for someone, maybe even me. Ooh. Guess we got little green onions on the tops of some of these guys. It's kind of fun. Should I save them as garnish? Yeah. Alright, we'll save them for later. Did you text people? Okay, thank you. Wonderful. Wonderful producing as ever. only got 2 more onions in this thing. So. Probably just wanted to lurk. And then I answered too many questions. Hey, we got a view on YouTube. Was that you? Okay. 1 view. That's the first time that's happened. Shit, son. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna go to Disneyland. Okay. We've got our little, not quite so organic, but might as well be organic onion. Green onion. Uh-oh. This onion doesn't exactly seem super happy. Let's go schmaltz up at the top here. Well, we can get rid of that. Alright. And then 2 more of these motherfuckers. This is not a pearl onion, more like a ping pong ball onion. And we've got another little shoot of garnish to use. I don't know if I just built up a tolerance just now, but feeling not so bad about the sulfuric acid in my eyes. Alright. Shit, okay. That's fine. I'm going to start using the bench scraper more. Because this cutting board's so big, it's like a bench anyway. Alright. Speaking of which, here it is. So... some of that onion stuff was not, I had to rip it out of the ground. And then it's like, do you peel it with the dirt on it? Do you try to wash some of the dirt off? Do you wash some of the dirt off and then peel it and then wash more dirt off? And all of these things get compounded when you're trying to make something visual for somebody. Tea und Vino. Fine. Oh, there is another one. I got a little teeny red one. There's a one red one. So we can do like the... I don't know what they get if they get the red. I guess they just get the red one. It's pretty small too. Little red onion. This one's less of a pearl and more of a, I don't even know. All right. Give this a little rinse. Okay, and then we just want to make sure everything is like submerged in the stock and wine. In the recipe, he ends up using a couple bowls, and he talks about how his fond gets a little burned or whatever, what have you. Is this in the way? Not exactly. Okay, we'll just kind of move it over here. Yeah, so he kind of burns his fond, and he goes, "I don't want to put that in my fucking thing," and it's like, dude, then just don't burn it. You know, right? Am I wrong? Don't burn it then. Anyways, that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to do it in one container so we don't burn it. And we get the maximum flavor. Maybe it's part of French cuisine to be a little withholding. I don't know. Okay. Here we are. Big fuck off pot. A wonderful staple around here. We need bacon. Bacon. Tiene, tengo bacon. Tocino. Tocino. Is this? I see more chicken bones. I don't see any bacon. Ah, there's the bacon. Down over here. Hiding from me. I gotta take care of that. I've got some honeycomb in there that's been in there for months. Just haven't taken care of it because I just don't exactly know what to do with it, and I feel bad. And at this point, it's been in the freezer for several months. It's like I should probably just throw it out. I don't know. Just feel bad, you know. Those bees made that, and I had to take it off because they were making it wrong. Sadly. All right. Cutting board on the cutting board. Because I don't like cutting meat on wood. And I definitely don't like cutting meat on something I'm going to cut a bunch of other shit on. So, what are we going to do? Half? Let's just do half. Sounds good. This is frozen, so. But we froze it. I don't know if that makes it better. We're going to cut it into little pieces. And fry it off. In the fucking... Here. You know what? Actually, this is going to stay in the refrigerator. Because we normally keep little bag of bacon, but then we ran out of that, so... Needed to get the little bag out of the freezer. Oh, shit. Alright. I'm going to go to town on this thing. Little slice. It's frozen, so it's easier to just get them, nice and thin. We'll heat up our pot. Some skins in here still. Don't want to cook that. No, sir. Heat up our pot. Let's get like 8. We can do the part. That's always a fun part. Everybody's favorite part is the part. Nope. Not there yet. What about now? No. Shit. Alright. Up next we have carrots and mushrooms. Let me read through these. Last week I fucked up on something majorly. Because I didn't read ahead. Thank you again for following. I really appreciate it. Cook until the bacon's crispy. Okay, remove the chicken from the marinade and dry with paper towels. Working in a couple batches if needed. Place the chicken, skin side down, sear it until it's golden brown on both sides. Then remove the chicken, pour all but 2 tablespoons of the bacon chicken oil into the heat-proof dish and set aside. Then add the onion and carrot to the pan. Let them cook until the onion is done. Then add garlic. Add the vegetables to the side. And then the tomato paste. And yeah, so just pull everything off and fuck around. To pull everything off again. Fuck around. Okay. That's doable. Are we there yet? Here, let's see. No. God damn it. My magic. It just ain't working right now. Fuck. Gotta charge up. Huh? Oh. Uncle Stinky. Hi, from Seattle. And to drinks. I'm just drinking tea right now. Green tea. I had some wine, but then the marinade called for 3 cups of it because they're making coq au vin. So this was all I got, maybe plus a couple sips. So I'll have to make something else. But it's good to see you again. Let's see. The magic. I'm so hungry, I just want to smell baking cooking. God damn it. Will it ever get there? I'm going to turn it just on high. God damn. So we got more tomatillos. I made, coq au vin is a good use of wine. Yeah, that's fair. I made tomato miso. So I made the koji from last week. That didn't end up happening. I made it, and then I mixed all my tomato scraps from all of the canned tomatoes that I did over the summer. I froze those. All the good scraps, anyway. You know, bad spots go away, get composted. But yeah, so hopefully it turns into a good miso. We'll see. I'm getting weights tomorrow, so it should help press things down. And then I've got 2 of those quart jars, and I've got 2 of these like half-gallon crocks full. And so I think most of it we're just going to do regular, like in the crocks are going to be regular. And in the quarts, I was thinking of mixing in different stuff. So maybe one of the quarts will get like tomatoes straight out of the garden are game changers for real. We're trying to make use of every piece of it, right? So the scraps, trying to make MSG, manufacture it right here. Um, yeah, so I was thinking of maybe like seeding the ones in the. Oh, there we go. I was thinking of seasoning the smaller misos with like maybe one with like an Italian sort of thing and another with like maybe like more of a Mexican Hispanic sort of thing. Might be fun because it's really hard to tell how a miso will turn out until it's turned out, right? And so it might be good to do a little A/B testing, or in this case, ABC testing. But we'll keep most of it regular because, you know, don't want to fuck up a bunch of it, just a little bit of it. Yeah, we're also making a tomato pie today. We still have tomatoes out in the garden. And this is like a southern style. It's southern, right? Southern style thing. So we're going to make a crust and we're going to do it in a cast iron pan and kind of a deeper cast iron. Make a little pie. Just a tad. It's not particularly handy right now. Yeah. Hidden onion. You motherfuckers are hiding everywhere, aren't you? Oh, this one's bad. This tomato's not good. In the compost bin with you. Should be enough for a pie in here, though. Little onion, go into your bath. All right. Oh, all right. What do we got here? It's looking good. Cooking up some bacon. Everybody loves bacon. All right, no more wine. Gotta whine about the wine. Fuck. What now? Should we drink it now? Let's go for one of these. I've got Appleton and Angostura and lime, and we'll just call it a dark Dormish. Oh, there's more Angostura over here. Barely, but some. Ginger beer. Why is the ginger beer non-alcohol? But the root beer, ginger beer, ginger ale, ginger beer, root ale. I don't know. There's something there. Park your car. Drive your way. Park on the driveway. Drive on the parkway. That's what it is. All right. We have lemon, lima. Let's get something going in a glass. Get like stuff in them. Why does that happen? All right. Let's do just some quick dirty measurements here. Half a lime. Squeezed. That's a weird noise. Thing on my bar card over there made a boing out of nowhere. I hadn't touched nothing. Hadn't touched anything. Have not. Nary a touch. Sorry, I was hauling wood earlier today. I got that good old boy in me trying to didn't touch nothing. Also tired too. That can make you want to talk not so smartly. All right. Let's add a shot. I've got some Smith and Cross, but we're still really early in the stream, and it's pretty high octane stuff. So we will limit it to the Appleton, which is fine. Appleton's great. So we got half a lime. Oh, I need a fucking ice. Helio. Don't splash everywhere. Fuck. Okay. It's fine. It's okay. Oh, turn on the vent. All right. Producer, producing. Turn on. All right. Oh, yeah. That's something I need to be paying attention to. Fuck. We don't have any dark rum, but we've got some Angostura. Just fucking toss it on. All right. Dark and Stormish. All right. Now let's stop fucking around. Actually, don't need this for a little while. I might have messed this up a little bit. You normally do it in like in the fuck. It's supposed to go in the oven at some point. This is rubber handles. So I could just cook it on the stove top and just bring it to a simmer, kind of crack it. That might be a good way. And we're not going to do this in 2 separate pots like some recipes call for, because it's good to play around with the fond more and try to keep everything in one deal. Yeah, let's just pull some of this off, or pull the our lardon. No burn. Not a burns. I wasn't fucking around with a weird, dumb, stupid drink. I didn't burn nothing. I'm having a hard time getting all this bacon out, though. Let's grab... Where the fuck is that little spider guy? I feel like that would be a helpful one. This one. The spider. Spider! Living in a corner. Living in a banana. All right, that's all the bacon pieces. And now what we need to do is we need to fry off our chicken that we also need to pat dry. Man, there are a lot of fucking steps. I think that's the quintessential part of French cooking. Have a lot of fucking steps. Yeah, we don't need this bacon right now, except to snack on, or maybe to use later. Bacon is good though. All right. God, there's so much shit, and it's really hard to figure out how to make it like all present forward. Sorry. Bear with me. These are for later. These are for less later. Oh! My bad. I dropped a bunch of apple cider recipes. Apple cider. Strudel. Apple cider. Butter. Good shit. Okay. I'm just going to do this over on the side, because this is not such a fun angle, isn't it? So, these need to be patted dry. We'll do it over here. Huh? An apron? Why? We can go back to Goodwill, get another one. The expensive place. This is the expensive, really nice one. Am I being bad? Am I being bad? And okay, well, we do have aprons. But the aprons are just for aesthetics. We don't actually use them, right? No, it's fine. We're doing our coq au vin with chicken thighs. So we're not fucking around. I smell the wine. It smells so fucking good. And I think I'm going to bring the wine back around front, or the marinade, even though it doesn't seem super helpful, because I'm going to end up using this liquid. Right before we go to the braise, we're going to have a lot of sauteing, and the pan will want to crust up and burn. But we don't want to do that. So we're going to play with this liquid in between batches of sauteing in an effort to continually loosen the fond, right? That way, we can maximize all the flavor without having to compromise on like using multiple pots or, you know, any of that shit. Sorry, give me a sec. I hear that there is a comment. I'll read the comment momentarily. Thank you for your patience, Uncle Stinky. You're a welcomed member of our teeny tiny community here at the Dumb Fucks Idiot Kitchen, or whatever this is called. Sorry. I think that's the second time I've said that today. We've got one more thigh. I've never really cooked chicken in red wine before. I've never made this dish. Saw it online. And I thought, I haven't made a lot of French food. Really any. So I should, you know, try to expand my horizons. Get out of my mom's basement. Oh, it's supposed to put thyme in this marinade. Well, it didn't say that in the other thing. Man, using 2 recipes at the same time, and streaming, and drinking alcohol poorly. God damn. All right. Well, we can turn this heat back on and check it. We're going to just use like a cuchara de marinade. We're going to fucking, yeah. I want like a big spoon. Is there a big spoon? Big spoon. I don't want a little spoon. I want the big spoon. Okay. There we go. And now, we can just, whenever we want a little bit of stuff, we can just like, see, we can do this. We can just set off the smoke alarm instead of needing another pot. Isn't that wonderful? We can just loosen this up. Might have loosened it a little too much, but you know what? This is a bunch of bacon and stuff. It smells really fucking good. I'll tell you that. Yeah, let's just try and loosen up as much of this as we can. I want to have my cake and eat it too. Give me all the benefits of one thing and all the benefits of the other thing. No compromise. Still got a little more fond to loosen up. I think you can only get away with this. Oh, there she blows. Sorry, everybody. That's why we have the vent on. I think you can only really get away with this kind of loosening thing if you have like a big cook surface to work with. And if this pot was any smaller, like in the diameter base part, it would probably not work so well. I'm going to be eating leftover spaghetti bolognese tonight. Okay. That was One of my producers told me. Yeah, spaghetti bolognese. Wonderful stuff. I am partial to the more heterogeneous sauces myself. So bolognese is right up my alley. All right. Chicken thighs. Let's go. All right. They are jettisoned. If I'm not roasting a whole chicken, chicken thighs are what I use. Exactly. Agreed. Unless I'm aggressively trying to be healthy and lose weight and make something that is basically tasteless. I did like a cooking thing for an event, and I basically like set up all the food stuffs. And I told them I was going to do chicken tandoori because we had a bunch of grills, right? And I was going to do it with chicken thighs. And there were a couple people who were like, "Can you do it with chicken breasts?" And I was like, "If I do it with chicken breasts, I'm not doing it. It's just not going to happen. We'll have to come up with something else." And chicken is the only thing that is cheap enough to work for this. So if you want to figure out something better. And we cooked it with chicken thighs. And everybody liked it. And everybody clapped. So chicken thighs are good. Oh, you know what might be better than this? Like something like this. Perfect. We're getting so good at finding different vessels to put things in. We're looking on one side. Okay. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Right. We're playing fast and loose with this fond here. So perhaps not such an aggressive saute. We wish to keep our flavor. Maybe that is the compromise. Maybe a little colder, a little chiller. I always use chicken thighs in my very untraditional chicken adobo that I have modified from my family's recipe. I love chicken adobo. Are you Filipino then, Uncle Stinky? Perhaps. Or you could be Spanish. What about that? Or Mexican? Went to New Mexico earlier this year, at the beginning of the year, and they do adobo everything out there. Because in Mexican cuisine, right, adobo is like chilies, rehydrated and blended like an enchilada sauce, but with vinegar, right? So that's where the Filipino adobo kind of crosses over. It's like vinegar, right? Yeah. But yeah, if you're gonna braise a piece of chicken, why not a thigh, right? Right. I think this is gonna be very tasty. I am part Filipino, but very culturally Filipino, according to my half Filipino roommate. All right, sure. What's your favorite dish? Is it adobo or is it something other? Some other sort of thing. I've made a couple Filipino dishes myself. When I made pinakbet and pork guisantes, or pork and peas, right? Pretty good at those. And there are some Filipino sugarcane wines that I want to try to figure out how to make. We don't have fresh cane juice here, but might be able to make do with molasses and sugar. I don't know. Oh, that was a close one. Damn. Lumpia is number one with pancit in second. All right. Fun. Like the dessert lumpia or lumpia Shanghai, like the one with the meat in it. Because I have made the banana lumpia before. Shanghai. Cool. It's very tasty. You know, I was looking up a bunch of stuff about like, because I was in New Mexico, and I was curious about tequila, and I guess it was the Filipinos who came to Mexico as coconut farmers who introduced Mexico to the distilling alcohol, and they also introduced Mexico to things like chamoy. Kind of interesting. But anyways, perhaps Shanghai Lumpia is a the predecessor to the taquito. You know what I mean? Could be. They might have made Shanghai Lumpia or Lumpia Shanghai, and then they had to do it with masa, right? And that's a taquito. Ta-da! All right, we're gonna take these out, and then we're gonna try to play chicken with the fire alarm again. Got some good blackened stuff. No skin. Fallen soldiers, you know, still got the skin, crispy skin, chicken skin. Everybody loves it. Okay. Calm down. This does smell fucking amazing. Just trying to loosen up this fawn. So that way we can continue getting everything we want and sacrificing nothing. Fuck you, video. I could do it with I can get everything. Yeah. Except for the fire alarm. God, we're so close. Just gotta get this fucker off. There we go. Nice. And pretty clean, pretty pristine. Alright. Back to scalding these thighs. Alright, cool. Dang, I have frozen taquitos. That might be a late night snack. Yeah, taquitos are the shit. Fun for the whole family. That frying wine smells really good. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back real quick. Yo, hey, what's up? We've got new transitions. Check that out. Be right back. Oh. Producer is producing as always, bringing us higher quality everything. for the low, low price of infinity payments of $9.99. All right, I think we can start in with some of these mushrooms now. So it said to remove the stems. You just pull it out? I don't know. I think I'll just quarter them. Like the video said. I don't know about pulling out the stems. I think we're good. Not sure if that's fully required. You know, let's get a little strainer action going. God, I keep doing that. I keep whistling. We're just going to use all of them. Because we're using the fuck off pot today. So it doesn't even matter if there's too many mushrooms. We won't run out of space. So who cares? We committed to the fuck off pot. So it doesn't matter. No going in the oven today with that fuck off pot. It's fine. We're going to make a tomato pie. So the oven will be occupied anyway. So we'll just bring it to a simmer, kind of crack the lid. Let her rip. I'm not going to put it in the oven, no. Because we got to put the pie in the oven, so it just doesn't matter. You know. Instead of quarter them, there's a bit of thick, kind of almost smoke coming out. So let's flip these guys. Make sure they're all happy. We don't want to be burning nothing. We're so close to being done with this chicken part, which is just like probably the hardest part of this fond dance. And I'm just using regular old mushrooms. Nothing fancy. Alright. Getting close to having some chicken skin casualties here. So these guys I think are good. We're going to pull them off. We're going to Make a big vapor cloud once more. And then we'll get these last two chicken guys in here. We're still looking brown, not black, which is good. Good sign. And it's not smelling burned either. It smells like wine. Cherry Coke and wine. And probably the smoke alarm. But I'm adding a lot. Because that's what we got. Alright. There we go. Yeah. Yep, just a little brown. Well, a lot of brown, but no black. That's what we want. No black. We do not want to carbonize. We want to extremely Maillard. And this is what I was afraid of, this part over here. There's some of the chicken skin got stuck to it. That's the part that ends up getting like really like, ooh, try and get me off, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Almost all of it off here. Alright, let's do these last two guys. These shouldn't take too long. Hopefully our mushrooms are done by then. And we can just smoothly transition. No mise en place for this motherfucker. Woo! Just steamy kitchen nightmares. Turn this down just a little bit. Because we only have 2 instead of 4. So we don't want that extra heat to just burn stuff, right? We'd like it to get soaked up by the chicken. That one was kind of bad. Great. Sorry. Just the vapor. We're still brown in here. Okay. Let me be a little active with the frying. Try to get it to soak up all the stuff, as opposed to letting it sit in one spot. Almost done with these. Wonder if they set off the smoke detector all the time in the kitchen. I guess they have hoods. We don't exactly have a hood here. But, you know. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Yeah, because they're just working with smoke all the time. I dare you to season a cast iron pan without setting off the smoke detector. It's impossible. Alright, we are so almost done with this part. I'm just twirling these around in the fat. Just trying to get them to soak it all up and crispy up. Nice and quick. Here. Yeah, everything's looking really good though. Just that smoke detector. Maybe a couple more rotations. Alright. Trying to be a little quick about this. And then let's just put all this liquid in here. Very close to black, but not quite there. If I didn't pay attention to it on that last one, we probably would have burned this fond onto here. But no, we're just doing it a little more New Orleans style than French style, I guess. They go crazy for this kind of shit down there. Alright. I guess let's just, we got the spider, right? Did we leave it over there? Did we put it, where did it go? Huh? Oh, it is by the bacon, yep. Bacon tacks. Alright, so the next part, we had the onions and the mushrooms. So we got our homegrown onions. I tried doing mushrooms too this summer, but it didn't end up working out. I need to get like insect netting. I guess a lot of bugs like to eat mushrooms, which is unfortunate. I got one like softball sized lion's mane, and then everything just went to shit. God damn it. So I can use this thing. Yeah. That's pretty helpful. Drop this on the ground because I'm a dumbass. I'm an Alexander dumbass. Because we're doing French food, right? Dumas? Anyone? Alright. So now we got the vegetables in. There's a little bit more liquid at play. So we can kind of fucks with that. Fucking smells like wine. God, it smells fucking good. Alright. Get the fuck in there. Stay in. Get in there. Go. There we go. And then let's do up some carrots. Ginger beer is so underrated. Everybody's always talking up ginger ale, but what about ginger beer? Don't you want your drink to be spicy, huh? Let's go with like 4 carrots. 4 carrots. I mean, we've got a shitload of. Yeah. Let's go 4 carrots. Ho! Alright. Vegetables. Peeler. Just got a Facebook friend request from somebody I have not talked to probably 6 years. And he was kind of a dickhead to everybody last time I ever talked to him. Kind of almost like manic depressive. Like, and then just like, it was during college. His parents paid his way through like everything. And it's just like, and then he's just spent all his time there doing like nothing in college basically. And then everyone would like, he just always like, hey, you wanna like do stuff? And it's like, no, dude, I got like school. I got school to do. Like, it's Tuesday. I'm busy, right? I can't get fucked up on a Tuesday. I don't know how I feel about it. Right? Also, he was like a guy who like was very much like I need to go and network. And so I just like, I don't even know if it's like him trying to recoup his networking potential now that we've all gone off from college and done stuff. I don't even know. I just feel like there's like kind of an ulterior motive. Whatevs. Not my deal. I'm busy. Again. Still. trying different shapes. I've been, trying to expand my shape making, sensibilities. Maybe that's easier. Yeah. These carrots are a little wispy. It's kind of hard to be a good shape maker sometimes. Whatever. Cool. Carrots. In. That mushroom and wine is going really well together. Playing up this like earthy quality. This is what I kept forgetting. We got homegrown thyme over here. I've been meaning to lay on stuff and put in liquids and shit. I just not doing that. So it'll just kind of hang out here. I don't know. We'll put one in here. A couple in here. Get in there. Make it tasty. So many elements to this dish. Honestly, like I know it's like it's supposed to be one of the easier ones, but man, a lot of fixated shapes and steps. It's fine though. It smells really good, so you know. We're just gonna say this a little more. Garlic, ajo. Are there garlic sluts in France? Oh, another comment. My grocery sent me 3 pounds of ground beef instead of 1 pound of ground turkey. Next up on my menu is American tacos. Okay. Yeah. How do you do your tacos? I particularly like to add a can of tomato sauce. I know people do like a lot of like they'll saute the meat and then they'll just like they might or might not drain off the fat and then they'll like add spices. And that's like it for their taco meat. But if you like I personally drain the fat off to the side and then saute vegetables. Kind of do some like fajitas style onions and peppers. But then you take that like drained meat and then you add a can of tomato sauce Yeah. Add some tomato sauce. It makes the taco meat like way better, and it gives the seasoning, whatever seasoning you add, something to like a medium to go through, right? Because if you just like dry seasoned meat in a pan, that's I don't know. It just comes out gritty. You know what I mean? Like the seasoning never truly like is enveloped in some sort of um, solution and then administered onto the meat, right? It's just like gritty seasoning with meat, which is fine. Like on the grill, that ends up becoming like bark, right? Crust. If you want that with crust, but with ground beef, like there's not really a crust, right? Because you're always stirring. But yeah, tomato sauce. Doesn't have to be a big one either. You can use like the little guy. It's really handy. Or the regular one. Sorry, I know they have like the teeny weeny ones, but like the regular, like I just cook for so many people now that I'd never get the regular size one. So now that one's small because the regular one is just the biggest one they have. That's not like bulk Hunt's sauce or whatever. Because I don't do Hunt's. I'm too trendy now. I do Cento. Ooh. Or just my own. Check it. How much garlic is too much garlic? I know the French are all about like we need the ingredients to speak for themselves, right? We shouldn't over season them, right? That's the whole like it's more of like an aesthetic than a like a geography that leads to a certain kind of foodstuffs that leads to a culture of a certain kind of food. It's like Japanese whiskey, right? Japan got in the whiskey game way late. So the thing that makes Japanese whiskey is like the aesthetic in the approach, as opposed to like, it's got this much in the mash bill. You do this with the peat bog or whatever. You know what I mean? I feel like French cooking is kind of similar. There's no ingredients that are like wholly French. Or there's just like technique and aesthetic that they lay claim to. Right? It's by like roux and bechamel and all those things. Mirepoix. Those are all French words. But things are all used in a bunch of other kinds of cooking. It's not like I don't know. That's definitely enough garlic. Okay. If we're trying to adopt a French sensibility, perhaps I won't go fucking overboard with the garlic. This is smelling real fucking good. And these mushrooms are cooking down real nice. And no burned fawns. You just gotta dance with that marinade. Yep, used a lot of French techniques in making chili and other stuff. Yeah, exactly, right? Or like a sofrito is just a blended mirepoix of sorts, right? A base. You know, other cultures have different things, but perhaps didn't put a name to it, or the mirepoix was the first one that kind of hit Western culture, and everything is viewed through the lens of that one as the first thing. So it's kind of hard to get my mind into French cooking if if the way that it's French is like just attention to detail and like certain aesthetic choices. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I'm used to thinking about Filipino food. You know, you got a lot of vinegar and soy sauce, a lot of fresh vegetables, and you know, braised stews and stuff like that. Bitter melon, eggplant, perilla leaf, right? Fish sauce. You know, I'm used to thinking of it in the context of ingredients. All right, this garlic needs to go in here, and then we need to saute it around for a couple minutes and pull this stuff out. So that way we can move on to making our roux. We're going to make a roux. Everybody loves a roux. All right. Perhaps not a French amount of garlic. But I know Jesus is looking down upon me and he's going, uh-huh. You got to put that much garlic in there. Know thyself. And then we've got our, use at least the rest of this, Kerrygold butter, flour, 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 ding, 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 ding it again. Kerrygold butter, flour, and our Cento tomato paste. All right. I think that's about good. The thing is, we're just going to pull this out, make the roux, and then dump everything back in. So I guess we can just pile it in here. Doesn't really matter, right? Just want to make sure we don't spill it. So we spent all this time trying to get the perfect fond for these vegetables to soak up. Just trying to save maximum flavor. Not very French of me. But, you know, fuck the French. I don't know. Sorry, French. Heat down. I'll say everything looks so fucking wonderful. Ooh. Alright. Now, for tomato paste. BRB, need to heat up some dinner. Alright, that's fine. Catch you around, Uncle Stinky. We appreciate you stopping by. I hope you enjoy your food, and we will be happy to see you again. I'm just going to commit. I think it called for like 3, but we're already doing like over the batch or whatever. This is like over 4 ounces, 4.5 ounces. Very tomatoey. I don't care. Plays well into the wine. That's what it's there. Just trying not to waste anything. All right. Good? Smell good? Okay, we're going to fry up some of this tomato paste. And we're just going to toss in all this butter too. Because it's French cooking. They like butter. All right. Probably going to need another one of these here soon. Butter to break down. Get another drink here in a bit. Salute. We want this thing. Nope. Aquí. Mi cuchara. Not really sure how much flour I need exactly. What does it say in the recipe? Roux. Roux. Beurre. Doesn't say anything about flour. What the fuck? You're supposed to make a roux for this. Save the things. Sprinkle, heat, simmer. Add olive. They don't even make a roux for. Okay, well. That recipe's dumb. Sucks. It's not cool. It's even lamer than the one that told me I had to use multiple pots or pans. So we're making a roux. This needs to cook for about 5 minutes. We need to try and... You know what? This is a skill I probably need to get better at anyway. Frickin' making a good roux and then like adding liquid and trying to keep it from breaking and all that shit. Smells like macaroni and cheese. More than tomatoes. That's fucking wild. The power of flour and butter. I fucking put a whole deal of tomato paste in here. I was just smelling tomatoes. Add that flour and butter. Mac and cheese. That's all I. Whoa. Look at that. That's something I ain't never fucking... Interessante. I've made roux and stuff, and I've made them for sauces. I just need to get like better at it, because there's like multiple times where I've tried to make like queso, and then I forget that I don't have something with sodium citrate in it, like Velveeta or sodium citrate. And then like I've tried to fall back on making a roux, and then like making a queso out of a roux. And it's just like always sucks. And then I'm like trying to like be Mr. Cooking Inspector Gadget MacGyver motherfucker. And then I just sit there with like a broken sauce and a pot full of cheese. And guys go, I don't know. You want to go outside? And I'm just like, I gotta fix it. Well, you know. It's a cruel, cruel world. So this is a skill. This is a good like fuck it improv skill. So I think improving upon this would be, you know, because what you're doing right now with the fat and the flour, right? The flour is hydrophilic, and the oil is hydrophobic, but they also like connect together, right? So you're trying to make an emulsion. right? Where we get oil-based and water-based things to coexist without breaking, right? Which, like, when you try to bring cheese from the solid to liquid form is a bit of a fucking ordeal. And the old-fashioned way of doing it before sodium citrate was like a roux. You need to make a roux. And so everybody's got flour and butter, and I can foresee myself having to make some cheese fucking thing for somebody at some point. And then, oh, we don't have any sodium citrate. You ain't got no Velveeta. Can't get to wherever the fuck anything is. So, get fucked. And I'm like, ooh, I have the skills. And they go, you have the skills? And I go, I have the skills. And then just fucking own. Right? So we've been cooking this roux for at least 5 minutes here. So let's start adding our wine marinade thing. Also, we can add some water because I just added a bunch of chicken demi-glaze to it, so it's just like not, it's not as thin as it should be. I just pour some of it in. Wow. And then we want to remix it, right? You can't do it all in one go for your liquid. You need to do it in stages. Let it otherwise you break your roux, right? Oh, this is looking really good. And no sticky fond on the bottom, no black bits, none of that shit. It all looks real good. Cool. Just trying to do things the right way here. Here, let me look up the fucking... Because I added 2 big-ass tablespoons. I just want to make sure I have the right amount. Let me consult the video. How much flour does he use in his roux? Shut up, Allstate. We don't need that. Some people can't shut the fuck up. Okay, 3 tablespoons, and I use 2 heaping tablespoons. So this should be good for a roux. It looked good. I just didn't know, right? We want to make sure we do this right before we get too far away and start trying to add flour to a soup. That's when you get into trouble. Whoa, look at this thing. This looks really good. Just combine in phases of the moon. That was a big one. That's a big one. All right. It's probably the second to last. Here. Get all these drippings and bingo. our roux is set. It's all mixed back in. You basically just pour everything into here. All these juices and everything, right? Don't want to waste any of it. My spaghetti sauce turned out a little watery, but has great flavor. Well, there you go. Sorry if I've been unattentive to the chat lately. The part with the roux is like very temperamental, yeah? So I'm just trying to make sure I don't fuck up that part. Now we've got everything kind of floating around in here. Turn the heat up a little bit. I'm going to try to bring this to a simmer. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back right quick. Here, wait. Let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. Papa! I'm here. I'm back. Does it sound good? Okay. Are you sure? Because the audio is like on the other side of the thing. Oh, you're hearing. You're listening. Okay. Sorry. Sometimes it's helpful. Thank you. That's really helpful because sometimes the mic cuts out and I can see when it's cutting out on the thing. So that visual is very helpful. Yeah. I'm excited for this. I'm going to add a little bit of water, as it is wiser to start from a less liquidy thing to get to the consistency you want, as opposed to get too thick and then thin back out. So we're going to add about a cup of water. Yeah, a cup. And we're going to let this simmer for a while before we taste it, because there's still like raw chicken in it. It's all seared. It's very nice. But the chicken itself is raw on the inside, right? So perhaps do not taste for the meat, or for right now. Let us grab the lid. Where did the lid go? Off screen. Over yonder. Lid. We'll do a little crack. Crack. Crackety crack. All right, I'm going to make myself another one of these dark and stormishes. I'm stealing that from a restaurant, Cuban restaurant I went to, called Kubo. And they don't make a dark and stormy, they call it a dark and stormish, because it's not all the things or whatever, but it's, you know, it's enough to get you there, but not enough to call it a dark and stormy, right? Like, I don't have dark rum. I've got Appleton Estate. Well, I have Smith & Cross, but that's not any closer to a dark rum either. So, you know. We've got ginger beer, though. Angostura. And good Jamaican rum. Kind of hard to beat, except with the real deal. Then we're going to start processing some of these tomatoes. They need to be salted so that way the water can wick off of them for the tomato pie. And then we'll make our like cheese filling sort of thing. And then I also want to dice up some extra peppers. And I understand that some recipes call for basil and oregano. So I have some homegrown basil and oregano we're going to toss in there as well. And it's going to be kind of like, it's supposed to be like Midwest South sort of thing, slash with a little Italian flair because of the basil. And basil and tomato are best friends, right? So I'm filling that Italian flair out with oregano. And hell, oregano is good friends with peppers. And I got a bunch of peppers. And making a big-ass tomato cheese pie without any sort of, like, pepper in it feels like almost like a sin, right? I mean, we could either add onions, garlic, or peppers. And I grew way more peppers than I did onions. And I didn't grow any garlic. So, peppers it is, right? So, we're going to take some sweet peppers and maybe a spicy pepper too, and mince it into like a thing that is going to end up getting mixed into one of our misos anyway. And we'll do the damn thing. We'll get a interesting, different sort of vibe off of it. It might come out like really fucking like primo. You know what I mean? This could be the recipe for it. You know, that everyone ends up referencing in the future. And I'm not from the South, but I know how to look at tomatoes and cheese in a pie and go, this needs something. I know it's a tomato pie, but for God's sakes, give me some oomph. Give me some double up, Just make sure that's thoroughly mixto. Entonces, our still got some Angostura float, kind of baker's spice. It's all floating right on top of this rock, so I'm just gonna try to like loosen it up without totally mixing it, even though it's totally gonna mix on its own. Because carbonated liquid makes for an agitated medium. Smells very good. Smells like red wine, mushrooms, butter, and flour. I've got this tea here too. Oh, that's really good. When do I add the bacon back on? When do you think? At the end as a garnish? Okay. The way he did it, I don't think he got the bacon as crispy. And he was like, it's lardon, right? And then when it went into the braise, everything, he just added it in there. I think that's a way to do it. But this is like crispier. I think it'd be better over the top. And we don't have chives, but we have some scallions we grew. So that's something. So I didn't grow any chives. All right, then. First step of this process. I'm gonna. You know what? Doesn't need to be hot. Who cares? The liquid inside is already hot. I think it's good. We'll toss that over there. It's going to exist up here. And this also up here. So we need this space. Sorry. All the drinks and the miso lined up like I'm going to do some weird challenge run. That's not happening. I just need space for these tomatoes. So that way I can process them and get them on like a sheet. These can hang out up here. And I've got this big fuck off box, right, of tomatoes. So maybe this is not. It's an Amazon box with a bunch of. You know what? I didn't add any black pepper to this. I'm just gonna go ahead and make an executive decision to just fucking. Give it a good 15 seconds. A good 20 seconds. I'm surprised there's that much, like. You hear this? Well, yeah, I didn't even get this that long ago. Damn. Well, we go through the black pepper. I'm just surprised because it didn't really even seem like we did. All right, and this is at a simmer. Or it's reaching a boil, right? So we can reduce to a simmer. That is a more accurate descriptor. Let's drop the heat a little bit, right? We don't need to be as aggressive if we don't need to be. I don't know if this is a good... Here. We've got our colander over here. This needs to be like a multi-step process. Because I got to wash these off. Because some of these tomatoes weren't the best. Because, you know, it's the end of harvest, right? They're not going to be the best. The best was, you know, is a time. It's not just like a sense of quality. It's like a time of. There's no best all year, right? And best is a moment for tomatoes that is left until next year. So we're just gonna try. Most of these are Sarzanos. Just gonna wash them off, and then we're gonna have to get a little aggressive with the compost bucket. And then I've got some tomatillos to fill out the rest. Let's grab something to cushion the blow. Here, one of these things. And we'll just put the strainer over here and then work westwards. Or I guess westwards? Yeah, sure. That works, right? This is west, yeah. I did the correct, your left, my left. No, Good thing about these is they don't have a lot of water, which is the whole idea of the salting part. So, let me grab cookie sheet. Shit, did they add a tray, like the little sheath on top? They did it on top, and then they put the tomatoes, and then they just kind of salted it and let the liquid settle. Okay. Consulting the recipe expert. I just heard about this from a TikTok thing, so we're making this up as we go along. I'm gonna fill every square inch of this fucking sheet pan. And we'll make as many pies as we need to make. Capiche? Alright, we're starting getting the ones that aren't exactly good. Yeah, I think you might be right about the video title thing. I think I'm being a little too cheeky. I think people just don't understand what coq au vin is or anything. What's up? Is there something else going on? Okay. Well, I hope people come and check this out at least after or something. In one person's thing. Oh shit! In the food and drink thing. God damn. Well, I hope they grew all their own produce and stuff or whatever. I'm so glad I sharpened these knives. I'd be so lost if I didn't sharpen these. Just be not having a good time. Anyways, yes. Tomato pie. And I really decided to do this with the smallest fucking diameter tomato. This would have been a lot faster if we had any of those beef steaks. And I got this thing. And this thing. All right. Well, that's all bad. But it's going to be good, though. All signs point to good. And we haven't made a lot of bad stuff on this. So. I'm intrigued as a non-French cooker. Gross. I believe this is our last beefsteak tomato. Only one that survived the blight. A lot of bugs got to him. Been a little busy. It's alright though. Still plenty of other tomatoes, right? Damn. Alright, we still have more San Marzanos. I think I'm just gonna fill this whole fucking tray up with them before we even get to the tomatillos. Which is good or bad, I don't even know. Something, that's for sure. Although a lot of these are a little gross, so it's whatever. We'll work through them. We'll see what's good. We'll see what's bad. I think we have enough to fill the whole tray. And that's probably enough for at least a pie. Before we even get to the tomatillos. What are we going to do with the tomatillos? I've got no fucking idea. Maybe we'll make a hot sauce. I've got some ghost peppers growing in the front yard. And if we don't find anything to do with a bunch of this shit, we could just fucking toss it all in a bucket with salty water with some fucking ghost peppers, and I'm sure it will be spicy enough, and it'll be something. It'll be interesting. Right? So that's enough to call it a hot sauce. Yeah? Alright, this is the rest of the red tomatoes. Oh, some of these got some real soft spots on them. Still tastes good. Let's turn it like even lower. I just want it barely bubbling. So I don't want to have spent all this time just to fucking burn in onto the bottom. I could totally see that happening. No fun, right? I just want it simmering. All right. Currently, the only tomatoes that are still out there are cherry tomatoes and our early / indeterminate tomatoes. There are green tomatoes on a couple of varieties, or on the San Marzanos, and maybe one on the bush steak. So we might get some more San Marzanos, but I think the bush steak is done. I think that's the last one right there. Or maybe there's another one in here I'm not paying attention to. I'm interested to see how this tomato pie turns out. It's kind of interesting. We did a tomato thing with a tomato pie, and maybe I went a little overboard on the tomato. But it is that time of year, right? Harvest. It's the time to go full bore on your ingredients. Well, you still got them. You know what I mean? Only good for one. Tastes good though. That one seems kind of bad. That also seems kind of bad. How long did it sit with the salt on it for? These are San Marzanos. Like, these have been sitting here an hour. There's like 20 droplets of stuff on here. I think because it's San Marzanos, we might be good to just go ahead. You know what I mean? And there's like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10-ish guys in here that are, you know, still there. Sorry, just trying to prune out some of these bad ones. Because once you pick them when they're like this, like, they might last a couple more hours or a couple more days. Who knows? All right. Judging by the excessive lack, fucking idiom of the day, or oxymoron of the day, the excessive lack of liquid that's spurting out below this, because most of these are San Marzanos and they're like all homegrown, so it's not just full of water. I think these are good to go forward for the pie. So there's that. So we just need to make the cheese part, the crust, and the pepper part. So let me wash this cast iron. Just kind of get it primed. All right. So we have a pan that we want to make a pie in. And I'm just going to preheat this to like 375. Not sure how much more I'm going to need that. So, oven, bake, 375. We're going to pull this. Whoop. God damn. Now it's like sliding around. Yeesh. Well, let's balance it right here, precariously. That's always great. Woo! As we run out of flat surfaces. I'm going to just lightly heat this up until the water evaporates. Get some oil in the pan, right, as you want to do with the cast iron. We can make ourselves a crust. Pretty decent at making crusts. For fruit pies, I haven't done a tomato pie. I guess tomato is a fruit, right? We want a bowl. And we have a bowl. Perfect. I'm actually going to... This is a generalized, just liquid oil-based recipe that I use. And I'm going to use half of it because this is a bigger pie dish than I'm used to. I'm used to something pretty fucking small, like the ones you buy from the store, because I give them away. Where the fuck did my flour go? Here. All the way over here. From downtown. Yeah. So normally I can make, you know, if you get the store-bought pie tins, I can make 3 crusts, bottoms, no tops, because I do a crumb topping that's different. It's 3.5 cups of flour and 1 cup of oil, and you just kind of spritz in some water and just like, you know, it's kind of not with, all right, are we good? Yo. All right. Sorry about that. Audio went out. Anyways, we're making half of that. So we need 1.75. This is a half cup right here. So 1 half. 2 halves. So 1. Just moved to cups now. 1.5 cups. So now we just need half. That's about half. So that's 1.75 cups. Here we've got our oil. Put it on this pan. Turn that off. I think we're just about done with this flour. I'll just put it back here where I found it. We want to make sure we get our pan nice and oiled. So we're going to grab a paper towel and kind of get it all everywhere. Spread the good word of olive oil to every nook and cranny of this pan. Should make a good pie, though. I think we're going to have, like, enough for more. I don't know. Maybe I'll make more. I gave away fruit pies. Maybe I gave away fucking tomato pie. And now for the cup of oil, I'm going to use, I'm just going to grab the whole deal of oil. Because we go through the trouble of like trying to fill up that fucking clay jug without being able to see how full it is. I can see how full this cup is. And we want 1 cup, so 2 of these. Normally I don't use olive oil, but this is a savory pie. So why not, right? I used to use canola oil, and then I switched to like just kind of heating up some coconut oil, and that kind of I find it works a little better. I'm not the biggest fan of the seed oils. I know there are seed oil folks out there who tout its polyunsaturated fats. It's one of those things where I end up drawing the line as a person who cooks with stuff is a lot of seed-based oils seem to be of low quality. So I just rather have something of higher quality. And that way I don't have to argue with people about health benefits or whatever. But I feel a bit, skeezy about it. All right, we add a little bit of water. Not a lot of water, just a little bit of water. And grab a little fork. Try to get this together into a dough or a crust. So this isn't like another, like there's like butter-based crusts where they get the crust all, get the butter cold, right? Oh shit. I have the flour and I didn't have the oil. So now I have to add more flour. Otherwise we're gonna make little fucking, brioche buns. Oh shit. Alright, that's fine. Whatever. Now I have to make more pies. You know what? It's a good thing. Everybody, it's a good thing. So it's all good. I meant to do this. Alright. Done fucked up. In the best way possible. Okay, we need 1.75 more cups of flour. Okay, 1 cup. I know you're supposed to like weigh it or like sift it or whatever. It's 1.5. Here's like 1.75. Something like that. All right. So now we are doing the full batch of this thing anyway. Great. We'll have more dough for tomorrow. I'll make a pie and I'll give it to my neighbor or something. But basically it's supposed to come together into this like, I wouldn't say shaggy dough, because it's like shaggy is, or maybe it is a shaggy dough. I don't know. You can grab it, right? It's not really wanting to come together. I think it needs a little more water, actually. Just trying to probably have the water as well. Let's hope that wasn't too much. We can adjust accordingly. I know how to get the consistency there. In my grandma's recipe, it says to add a tablespoon at a time, but I'm not patient enough. So I just kind of like blitz it with a little bit of water. Bop. And then we see. Right. It shouldn't be tacky, so I guess it should be shaggy. And this isn't like, right, this isn't the butter-based one. So it's not, we're not trying to laminate here, right? We're not trying to get for a flaky crust. we're trying to work the dough as little as possible to activate like almost no gluten, right? Which is why I use a liquid fat. Here we go. This is kind of more the consistency we're looking for. And so what this does is it doesn't make for a flaky crust. It makes for a very crumbly crust, which is kind of similar but different, right? Feels like it's minutia, but this way makes for something that is much easier to do. You don't have to work with cold butter and like fold or anything. You just have to incorporate, and it's better if the less you work it, honestly, right? And you kind of get this sort of, I guess this is a shaggy dough. I don't know. I'm not much of a baker. I just know how to cheat my way around baking, so I don't have to really do a lot of it. Yeah, that looks like how it probably should look like. Might have a little bit too much water, but who gives a shit? All right. Normally what I would do is I would take part of this and I would roll it out on like a piece of wax paper or something, or parchment paper. Then I like flip it over into the thing and then like rework it. But you don't want to do that. You can just like toss it into the thing and just make it inside of it. I haven't really made a pie inside a cast iron before, but I've made many a pie with this crust. So, see, this is the part where the baking is gonna fuck me over. Because there's some variable that I'm like interchanging that I think I can interchange, and baking is gonna go, nope, nope, you done fucked up, you fucked up, right? I'm trying to work this crust out. We can always grab more. This is a little bigger than we used to. We made the whole thing that Yo, is it fine? What's up? It's fine? Okay. Okay. Sorry. Producer is helping. All right. Our oven is preheated, which is nice. We finished the tomato portion. We finished almost done with the crust. All we have left is a cheese portion and my optional pepper portion that I'm adding. And then we'll layer it and just fucking toss it in the oven. Let's grab a little more dough. I don't know if this will work because I don't know if the lip is big enough. But there's a thing I like to do with my fruit pies. You do this little kind of twisty thing, and it looks good, but it also like adds like a it gives the lid like kind of a little more structural stability. So let's see if we can try to do that on this. This is a different sort of thing. I don't know if this will work, but it's kind of this like kind of squiggly guy. Normally, like it's like flat around the sides, and that's helpful. But this isn't very flat, so I don't know if I can really get it to. Maybe I'll add a little more back over here. Try to fill that out. Okay. Do it on this. And it exposes more surface area, right? So it makes the crust more of a crust, right? Because that like visual appeal. I don't know. That's pretty all right. Look, you can kind of see it's like it's got this like crumpled crust around this side. So I don't know. Looks serviceable. All right. And now we need to mix together some cheese thing. Yeah. A cheese thing. Okay. Is this still hot? Okay, I'm gonna set this right here. This is proving to be even more precarious than I'm feeling very comfortable with. So we're just gonna move this back over here. That back burner is still a little warm, but these are up on a sheet tray, like. So yeah, let's make ourselves a cheese thing, and we'll have the pie over here. And this is still simmering away, which is good. I'm making all this stuff for Dungeons and Dragons tomorrow, so I've been told it's even better if you wait until the next day for that guy. We've got some pepper jack. We have some mozzarella. There should be cheddar in here somewheres. There is cheddar. I'm going to do cheddar and mozzarella. Save the pepper jack for later because we're going to add peppers anyway, so who cares? Oh, there's a bunch of onion in here. I don't remember that. Yeah, and then a cream cheese. Oh, shit. Too many things. Not enough space. All right. We want another container. Another bowl of some sort. Here, let's use this other cooking vessel as our cheese mixture container. All right. This one wants to be tacky, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. So we're just going to grate stuff into here and then mix that in there. Move it over, and then I think I'm going to just like finely dice some peppers. Just mix it into it. So let's do that. And then I've got some basil over here that we can layer in as well, and oregano. All right. Really running out of space in a major way. Normally I have some space over there to work with, but it's covered in herbs. Herbs. You know what? Maybe we'll save this for something else. I think this cheddar will be enough with the cream cheese. Sorry, a lot of this is ad hoc. We're just trying to figure it out on the fly. Kind of see the recipe, do the recipe, be the recipe, right? All right. So that is a bunch of this cheddar. So that's a bunch of that. Probably a ton of it. All things considered, we'll grab some of this cream cheese. Let's see if one deal is enough. I don't know. Just trying to figure out how this is. I didn't get measurements on this exactly, so I'm just trying to figure it out. We ballin'. And hey, if this makes more pies, then give some savory stuff to the neighbors. Give some savory stuff to my friends. You know, it's no biggie, no problem. How does it open? How do you even open it? The fug. All right. What is it? Trying to be a good Samaritan and all that stuff. Let's say, just say. Okay, that's fine. I thought you said it was cream cheese. I thought you said it was cream cheese. The thing you showed me was cream cheese, wasn't it? Alright, never mind. It's whatever. This reminds me of the filling for jalapeno poppers. My dad will do jalapeno poppers on the grill. It's very similar to that. So we'll just treat it like that. Yeah, I don't want to use mayonnaise. No mayonesa, por favor. Okay. What's up? Other thing? Great. Should have had a bowl. Just kind of out of bowls. Okay. Just grab. Treat like a brick of stuff. Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? Supposed to be like a brick of stuff. kind of weird. Should I add more cream cheese, do you think? No? So, I mean, it looks like this. That's what I was thinking. It doesn't look like the jalapeno popper thing. So I was just going to try to get it almost kind of there. Maybe half a deal of cream cheese more, or just all of it. I don't know. Half. Great. Just trying to figure out how to get this to work. It seemed like it was just, yeah, jalapeno popper fillings sort of things. Kind of consistency with, I don't know. Maybe I should do more research. It's my bad. Just got no grip strength left because I've been cutting wood all day. Just trying to get half of this off. Sorry. All right. I'm like bending the shit out of this fork. Just trying to work this. It's just not really wanting to be moldable. All right, this is looking a little more like the consistency I'm associating with this. Almost like something you could like pipe. If you really wanted to. All right, sorry. I have to go to the bathroom again. My apologies. We'll finish this shortly and then get it in the oven, and that will be done. Get a nice everything. I am back. Howdy. We are finishing up this thing. This thing. God, there's so much stuff. I don't even know where to put anything anymore. Like I really have no idea where to put anything. And we can put goes in here. And then we can maybe put this away. Okay. Producers cleared up some space. Thank God. Thank the Christ and Lord above, all the apostles and angels and everybody. Alright. Move some stuff over here. So at least have some space to work with. Alright. I'm going to grab some stuff, dice it up, add it to the mixture. I was going to add like a bunch of stuff, but like this just kind of is becoming not as fun as I thought it would be because it's just really constrained for space. So I'm going to keep it kind of simple with a couple of these like sweet cooking peppers and serrano. Just going to add poblanos and Anaheims and stuff, but maybe I'll do that another time with another pie. Just kind of want to do this. That exhaustion from hauling wood all day is really getting to me. As soon as we can assemble this pie, we can basically clear up a bunch of space. It'd be fruitier and a little more flavorful. I got a couple poblanos and an Anaheim over there that I picked out just for this, but I just don't see it happening in a way where I feel like it's just not gonna fit. I was like trying to picture it, but you know, you try to picture something you've never done before, chances are you're gonna mess up your sense of scale, right? That's the thing that's gonna get messed up. We got one serrano. It's a bad Mama Jamma. Now it's red. We grew it. This thing is probably plenty spicy for whatever this pie, needs or / wants to be. We're just gonna mix these peppers into the cheese blend. I was gonna make a big old blend of a bunch of different peppers and mix some into my miso, but that's not really in the cards right now. Just trying to get this stuff done. That's more important. The miso's gonna take a year, so who cares if I add peppers right now or I add it tomorrow? It'd be fun to get it on stream, but it's just like, how the fuck am I gonna open a couple deals of miso and juggle things around with everything else that's going on? Because there's just not enough space. So just kind of work this. Yeah, it doesn't look very good on camera. Here, let me move stuff over. Sorry, trying to make things look appealing. I don't know. We need like a spoon or something that's going to get less like... This thing is becoming damaged. Big thick spoon. And then we'll just grate a little cheese on top and we'll call it a day. Alright, that's pretty much mixed. I'm gonna grab this cast iron and we're gonna just start layering tomatoes in the bottom of this thing. Alright, and then we'll just grab this and just kind of smear it on. This is not wanting to adhere in the right way. So we're just gonna get it. Yeah, well, it'll melt. It's just like I'm trying to layer stuff with something that is like super, like I'm using like, imagine trying to form clay around a tomato, right? The tomato gives way to the clay in a way that it's like it's really hard to layer clay in a tomato. It's just not, it's not super ergonomic, or these two mediums don't exactly mix very well. Could have sworn it was cream cheese with it, but I might be just, you know, just misremembering completely. Oh, I didn't add any basil. Basil is supposed to be part of it. Whatever. There's no basil in this one. Totally fucked up. That's my bad. I fucked it up. Well, I picked all that basil just for this and the miso, and I'm not doing either of them. It's like really disappointing. Sure. Yeah. Whatever. We'll try to get the cheese to adhere to this basil now. some oregano as well. That's like a big part of it too. I need to wash this off though. The oregano grows a lot closer to the ground than the basil does. So it just needs to be rinsed. Just gonna layer more. I don't need this on anymore. Driving me insane. All that good stuff. Just kind of stack these just kind of around on top of it. It doesn't seem like there's enough tomatoes. A lot of tomatoes. All right. And I'm just going to grate some cheddar cheese over the top so that it actually makes like a crust. Otherwise, it'll probably look bad. All right. We'll just toss that over and then just put it in the oven. All right. Probably gonna look some way halfway decent. Just gonna pull this off. sure this is going to overflow on some place. But it'll look cool. It's one of those overflows where it looks really cool, right? Guess we're just going to have to figure out what to do with these. No, there's tomato in it. That's fair. That is fair. Normally it's just tomato paste, but we have fresh tomatoes. San Marzanos. We grew. So you can fuck right off with your, ooh, but like it didn't even like blah blah blah. Like, shut the fuck up. I think I'm just gonna turn this off too. Let it just kind of sit. The thing on. There's also the cauliflower and the chard, but like, is there rice? No. There's no rice. Okay. Time to make cauliflower and chard. No, it's fine. It needs to be with something. Okay. Get these extra fucking. Get this chard going. Vinegar. Some salt. Alright, perfect. And, alright. Most of the way done here. Just steaming some vegetables while we wait for the pie to get done. Pie will probably be done in 30 minutes or so. Just got to get to that kind of boiling point, and then yeah, melt the cheese on top, get a nice crust. We're just gonna steam all this stuff. Some salt and vinegar, kind of pretty simple to cook. Alvin, it's basically done. That's why we turned it off. Smells very good. Very good. We've got our homegrown scallions. We've got bacon. Just gotta let the pieces come together, and then we can assemble a true plate for this meal. And then all this will be for tomorrow's Dungeons and Dragons session, or GURPS, or whatever we run. Should be good. You know what? Might toss this into there. Just get a little bit of onion. All right. More onion. What's wrong with that? Other than it might become not French if I use too much of it. Because that's the only thing that denotes French cooking. Too much or not enough of ingredients, not certain kinds of ingredients. All right. covered. How do we feel? I think that pie's gonna be pretty good. Yeah. No. Did I? Okay. Cool. Well, give it another 20, 30 minutes. I can just eat the pile of bacon in the meantime. Fuck. Normally I get a little something on the side for before, but I didn't have time to do that because I was getting wood all day, so didn't end up working out. I could get some of those like crackers and cheese. You don't want to ruin it? Okay. All right. I got that whole block of Dubliner and we haven't even opened it. Tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have a true French dinner tomorrow with a fromage course. And a savory cheese tomato pie for dessert. Fucking goddamn. Well, in the meantime, perhaps I can make an interesting drink. It's always a good thing to occupy our time. Let's see what we got by way of hook or crook. Let's see. We've got Smith and Cross. We've got Grand Marnier. I'm thinking a rum cocktail. We did the spicy worm salt last week. Got a little bit of creme de moor. And we got pineapple juice. We've got lime. You know what? Oh, no, we don't have any Batavia, honestly. Fuck. I could have done that as like a guilty pleasure favorite rum drink of mine. We are missing the Batavia. I have a bottle here, but there's nothing in it. Fuck. Okay. Well, we can get pretty close. Let's get close then, I guess. So here is one of my favorite rum drinks, but we are minus the Batavia Iraq. I have the bottle, so I can at least show what it looks like. And we want... Do we have any simple? I don't even know if we have simple. Man, I haven't made any simple for a while. Fuck. I don't want to make anything else. Well, we have maple syrup. Exactly. My thoughts exactly. I don't want to make Demerara simple syrup. We have a little bit of maple syrup, and that will have to do. This is a couple times removed of probably one of my favorite like easy rum drinks. This is the drink that got me introduced to Batavia Iraq as a drink. Excuse me, as a liquor. Batavia Iraq is a wonderful. It's like a proto rum from out of Java. So rum is a West Indies invention, but there were sugarcane distillates before rum. That makes any sense, right? So things before the West Indies that were distillates of sugarcane existed, but they weren't called rum. One of those things was called Batavia Iraq. This was a previous name of the capital of Java. So this was a proto rum distilled from sugarcane 98%, and Java red rice, which is a form of koji. So koji is part of the mash bill, which is why it has this amazing, alluring, fruit-grabbing quality. It is a taste that has traveled the world from the Dutch East Indies, unique for its ability to both add depth and lift the aromas of citrus and chocolate. I get the citrus, not really chocolate, but maybe I haven't experimented with I've only ever mixed this with fruit stuff. From the late 17th to 19th century, in an age when punch was a celebration of all things then exotic, citrus, sugar, and spice, no punch was without a true Batavia Arrack. In pre-Prohibition America, Batavia Arrack, and most notably Swedish punch, were essential to many now classic cocktails. Beyond these uses, Batavia Arrack is today found in boutique European chocolates and tropical fruit drinks at resorts in Bali. This stuff is really good. You're going to want to get a Van Oosten. Those are real. I've been told some of the rest are not quite so spectacular. So, Van Oosten, you want a Dutch one. But we don't have that. Normally, I would mix it 50-50 with this Smith & Cross, right? And this is 50%, and this is 57%. So this is like a really super high-octane cocktail. But the 50-50 of that makes for just like, I mean, no holds barred, flavors out the wazoo, like everything to the max. You know, kind of reminds me of that like Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The description of the drink is like a lemon wrapped in a gold bar smashing into your brain or something like that. And with that, it's kind of like that. We get pretty close. And it's literally just 50-50 Smith & Cross and Batavia Arrack, but we'll use Appleton Estate instead. Half a lime, half a lemon, sorry. Some simple. I use Demerara quite typically, but we have maple syrup. And this can of pineapple juice. And then you can add some spice. I've got some mace right here. I don't have nutmeg, but I got mace. Mace is the outer lining of the nutmeg. They're very similar. And you just shake it and you enjoy the hell out of it. You enjoy it so much. You enjoy it a ton. Normally I serve it in a pint glass because that's what it fits in. So we have a pint glass in the dishwasher. I know I got the fancy dimpled guys, but pint glass is what it's called for. All right. Let's go get our shakers. And I don't even know if there's a name for this. This is basically just, I mean, I didn't even really adapt this from anything. I just looked up Batavia Arrack cocktail, and this is what came up. And it is so fucking good. It is just like wondrously good. And for whatever reason, when you shake pineapple with that pineapple juice, it just like gets this magnificent frothy head on it. Just everything about it is wonderful. Let's go for some cowboy pours. We're not fucking around. That is plenty. simple. You know, I might add a little bit of salt. I've been trying to do this lately. I know there's like the fancy guys, they do the saline solution. And I haven't just like dedicated time to like get a little dropper of saline solution. But like, I don't know. You can just add salt to the tin and you get most of the way there. Right? Salt your food. Why wouldn't you salt your drink? And half of a lemon. Get a strainer. So that way don't catch any seeds. Nobody likes drinking seeds. But also nobody likes paying 50 cents for a lemon just to use half of it or 2/3 of it. So really try to get our money's worth as always. Let's see, that's our rums, our juice, our syrup, and some salt to boot. Let's give it a shake and plate her up. Oh my God, that is so amazing and heavenly. Woo. A little bit of mace on the top for the nose, right? You want to breathe in through the nose while you take a drink, right? Or a quaff, right? That's how you quaff. Pretty fucking good. I will say the Batavia rack just grabs that citrus and really like thrusts it into you, whereas the Appleton is a little more, you know, wants to play ball with the Smith and Cross, and kind of like is a buddy with the Smith and Cross. So you have the Smith and Cross and the Appleton being buddies, and then the juice is on the other side. But the Smith and Cross is like super high octane, and it also has like, you know, those kinds of flavors, almost banana-y, citrusy, going for it. So, you know, if you instead of having rums versus juice, you kind of end up having, you know, everybody playing ball. If that makes any sense. If you do it with the Batavia rack. But this is wonderful. And I don't know why, but whenever you shake pineapple, it gets this really frothy head, right? So my understanding of shaken cocktails and making bubbles, making froth, is when you want to make a bubble, you either need to use protein or fats, right? So if I use like a Coco Rico or like a coconut syrup or something like this guy. This is actually, I haven't used these in so long. These are expired. I'm not even gonna like use them. But like something like this, right? The fat ends up making the bubble, right? And that is apparent in, shaken drinks that have coconut syrup or things like cream or anything like that. And then you have like your sours, right? They use egg whites, and the protein in the egg white is what makes the bubbles. If you go for like super bubbly drinks, you end up getting like a Ramos Gin Fizz, right? So it has cream in it, like cream, and it has egg white in it. So you're like trying to do bubbles to the max, right? Um, I don't know. Just something I kind of noticed. We're getting there. It's actually like not spilling nearly as much as I thought it would. So that's good. It's behaving a little more appley than anticipated. I make a lot of apple pies. Well, you can really crowd them over the top because the fibrous material of the apple kind of acts as a substrate. If you end up making a fruit pie with something a little more liquidy, because I use a crumb topping, right? That crumb topping will soak up the liquid and sink into it and then just like overflow. Whereas for apple, it's perfect, right? And if you want to replicate that kind of mouthfeel with any fruit, the apple is the perfect template. You can do like an apple blueberry, you can do apple strawberry, apple whatever, right? And the apple ends up giving a lot of oomph and structural stability to whatever fruit. It ends up being like a good filler in more ways than one. So we're getting there on the pie. And we're getting there on the steamed vegetables. With some vinegar and salt. Do you think it needs pepper? No? Okay. No pepper. All good. We got our dough for another pie. I'll probably just make another pie before Dungeons & Dragons tomorrow. And it'll just go home with whoever wins. Whatever the fuck that means. Maybe we'll make a competition for who gets the tomato pie. But I got enough tomatillos. Maybe it'll be different. Who knows? Very close, just waiting on this last guy here. But I think it'll be good. I think it'll be a good plated, tasty deal. I don't know. Here. Let's try the sauce for the cocoa bean. I haven't tried it yet, which is a big no-no, but it's because there's like raw stuff in it, right? Or there was. Yeah, I'm not sure it needs anything. It tastes really fucking good. It tastes very French in the sense that like it doesn't taste too much like anything else, but it tastes very good. Here, I got a little producer sampler. Does it taste good? All right. Kind of French onions. Well, there's wine in French onion soup as well. There's white wine in French onion soup. Honestly, it reminds me of this. You know what? The what? The beer soup. The pork one, where I did a bunch of Guinness in it for with cabbage. That was for St. Patrick's Day. I could see that. It reminds me the most of my parents would do this chicken pasta, and it was a port cream sauce. So it was a red wine cream sauce with chicken. I think that's the only other time I've ever really had red wine with chicken in something, and that's probably why it tastes that way to me. But yes, alcohol and meat become one. I'm sorry it's taking so long. To me, to producer, to viewers. I wish I could have had twice as much space to fuck around with things and try to get things in a more of a straightforward flow. But here we are. Hey, everything tastes good though. And I think these steamed vegetables with the vinegar is going to be really good. The sauce itself is like super basic, wonderful in every way, but it's not like it doesn't have like that sour uplift, right? And the pie is also like probably going to be spicy, so it's like you got the spicy from the pie, you got the sour from the veggies, and you got the base from the like the coq au vin, right? And I think together they will make like a very good like cohesive like I grabbed some of this, grabbed some of that. I don't just trying it out. Trying to make French food, trying to be a real deal guy. All right. Let's see. What are we looking at in here? Not yet. Sorry. Whew. I don't know. I can do up the scallions. Let's do that. Something to do. Lots of times you wait during cooking, but lots of times you don't wait in front of people. It's kind of a interesting deal. And there's half a lemon here if you want any lemon over your coq au vin. I think I might actually take some. You know what I mean? You would definitely wouldn't take a lime over a French dish. But a lemon? Maybe some lemon. British dish, malt vinegar over the top of it. Oh, the fucking glocky molo. Or make a chippy buddy. There we go. A little green onion. On top. Homegrown. Does it taste good? Of course it tastes good. It tastes wonderful. It comes even across even more grassy, almost chivesy. Very good. I appreciate it. Man, that drink is so good. Maybe it is a lot of the interplay between the pineapple and the lemon, and then the Smith and Cross. There's a lot of it. Like I don't even taste any any maple syrup, honestly. Let's give her a stir. Meow. I don't know. Are these vegetables sad? These look like sad vegetables. Okay. Just trying not to burn my hand. We'll just turn them to low. And we'll just let them sit there. Do you think we should call it and then like do an Instagram thing? Okay. Well, in an effort to not waste anybody's time, I think everything almost done, and we will post updating this on our Instagram, Life of a Dyspeptic, on Instagram. We're Life of a Dyspeptic everywhere, and found wherever you find stuff, you know, Instagram. I will say the cocoa bean tastes really good. The sauce does. Um, I'm intrigued about the Mayfly, and perhaps we will post the pictures, and I'll have a more in-depth analysis of how it felt out the middle, because I'm not giving that right now, right? There's kind of a blue balling effect if I don't give it to you right now. If you're watching this after the fact, you just look at it, or you're here right now, just wait around if that's what you do. But it doesn't seem very economic with your time. There are many in cooking that require waiting, and we're in one of those moments right now. So I think it's a good time to wait, and so we should call it. Hope you found what you're looking for.